Welcome back to Rich Schwab Memorial Field in Springfield. And we're going to lead off the top of the second inning here. Emily Cole still on the mound, and she'll face Caitlin Kim, the second baseman. First pitch from Cole is outside for ball one. Caitlin Kim, a senior infielder, hitting .238 on the season, has started all 7 games. That one outside for ball two, outside and away.
Yeah, just 7 games into this season for the University of British Columbia, and they're already 5-2, having a great start.
They certainly are, as that's going to be low. Cole down in the count already, 3-0. UBC lost their first 2 games of the year, but then went on a tear, outscoring their opponents in their Texas tournament by a score of 36-5 in their last 3 games before traveling down here to Springfield. That one called a strike. 3-1 now for Cole. The delivery to Kim. And Kim holds up, doesn't swing, and takes ball 4 for the walk.
Number 10, Casey Lowe.
Kim is the first base runner for either team in this game. And Casey Lowe will step up. The left fielder today has 7 hits and 14 at-bats. She's been on fire. She lays down to bunt, squeezes the infield in, but a great defensive play from the Beacons to get her out at first.
Just fundamental right there, laying down the bunt to move the runner into scoring position with just 1 out on the board now. Just some fundamental baseball from the fundamental softball, excuse me, from the Thunderbirds.
The sac bunt from Lowe brings up Jessica Hutink, the first baseman, who takes ball 1 upstairs. Hutink bats .333. So she's one of the players you want at the plate to drive home runners in scoring position. Has 3 RBI so far. Ball 2 well outside. Kim on second. The 2-0 pitch from Cole. Fouled back for strike 1. Cole's pitch is called strike 2. Caught the outside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes now, 1 out. And Hutink grounds it to short, and Martin throws it onto first for the 2nd out.
Emily Cole looking a little more composed after that walk to the first base runner, and now 2 outs, looking to get out of this jam with a runner in scoring position.
Kennedy Ainge will step up. Cole will try to retire her to end this inning. That one in there for strike 1, right down Broadway. Ainge is a sophomore. Only started 3 of the 7 games this year. Has 2 hits in 9 at-bats. Pitch from Cole is upstairs for ball 1. Kim still on second. That's fouled away. Ainge got the start at designated player today, and she has made an impact at the plate so far. She had a pinch hit RBI single in game 1 of this series, and in game 2 she went 1 for 3 with a single. That That one's outside. And it's going to even the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Cole deals it, and it's shot right back up the middle. Martin comes on and makes a throwing error. The ball could not get to Peeler, and that's going to score Caitlin Kim. Kim walks to home plate untouched. And that's going to be the first run on the board for UBC.
Well, lucky for Emily Cole, that one's going to go unearned due to the error, due to the throwing error. But still, giving up the lead to the Thunderbirds early in this game. Bushnell offense is going to want to bounce back after this inning.
1-0. Thunderbirds on top. Swinging strike from Cole onto Kennedy Laird, the catcher today. Hasn't had a hit yet in this series. Ball 1 upstairs. Claire Van Spal is on deck. She's a dangerous hitter who got slotted in as the 9-hole hitter today. The 1-1 pitch from Cole. Inside and fouled away. Again, errors really hurting the Beacons defense. They've had some really good pitching so far this year, but errors have been an issue. And that's going to get the call in the outside corner for strike 3, ending the inning. Emily Cole keeps her earned runs at 0. 1-0 though from the throwing error from Ashlyn Martin. We'll head to the bottom of the second here on the Bushnell Streaming Network after this short break. Bottom of the second action here at Rich Schwab Field. It's the Beacons trailing 1-0. Violet Richardson at the plate, the best hitter on this team. Richardson fouls off the first pitch, high to the right side.
Yeah, after having her freshman season cut short by injury, Violet Richardson already showed a lot of talent last year, but this year, coming in fully healthy, has been the best hitter on this Beacons team and has been excellent.
That's a ball well outside from Murray. Richardson already has a CCC Player of the Week to her name. She won it thanks to a dominant Arizona road trip. That's going to be ball 2 just outside. The first Beacon to win that Player of the Week award since 2022. The 2-1 to Richardson. Up there at the letters. Called a ball.
Patience is a big part of Richardson's approach. Not a ton of walks on the year, but she works these counts until she finds the pitch she likes.
3-1. It's a favorable count now. And Richardson's going to take her base. The ball got away from Murray a little bit there. Went outside. And Richardson is going to take first, and Sarah Martin steps to the plate. A former NWAC champion with Mount Hood Community College. A Grants Pass native. And Martin fouls the first pitch into the backstop. Martin's a two-way player for these Beacons. Oftentimes gets the start at DP, can play in the infield, and she also pitches. That's a long one to the right field gap, and it drops. She's not going to take any extra bases, though. She stays at first. But two runners on now for the Beacons.
Batting number 2, Brenna Wilson.
That'll bring up Brenna Wilson. Hasn't had a very consistent season so far at the plate. She has had some timely hits. Now has a runner in scoring position in Violet Richardson. She squares to bunt. She's not going to make it to first, but the runners do advance. Well-executed sac bunt. And now we have the Beacons have runners on second and third.
Like we talked about in the top of that second inning, when the Thunderbirds moved a runner across on that bunt, you see the Beacons do it now, get two runners into scoring position with just one out. Excellent softball, fundamental way to score.
It's Marina Castaneda now, the right fielder. Takes ball one inside. One of the more highly touted freshman recruits for Jim Patrick and this Beacons team. He didn't recruit a whole lot of players, but he and these fans are really hoping that these newcomers are effective. Castaneda fouls that one out of the park on the right side of the field. She started 9 games so far, averaging .240. A Hood River native. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. With runners on second and third. The pitch from Murray is smoked into center field. That's going to score 1, but Martin's going to hold up. Beacons on the board with an RBI single from Marina Castaneda. 1-1.
Great piece of hitting right there. Just smokes that one right up the middle. Squares it up well. Brings in a run. Puts another runner in scoring position at third base. And now you got runners on the corners with just 1 out.
It's Gracie Hamilton now, the catcher. Getting her first at-bat. Squares to bunt. And she is safe at first. No, she's not. But it's going to score another one, I believe. Excuse me. She did not make it to first, and the runners did not advance.
Batting number 6, Emily Cole.
Yeah, it's a great piece of defense right there from the Thunderbirds catcher, Kennedy Laird, holding that runner at third base and not allowing the run to score, while still getting that out at first.
I believe there's 2 outs now. 1 ball, no strikes to Shyla Mead. A junior middle infielder for these Beacons, transferred in from the College of the Siskiyous. Carleen Murray's pitch in there for strike 2. Strike 1, excuse me. It's 1-1 with 2 outs. Runners on second and third. It's fouled back. Almost hit Peeler, which was standing on deck. And the count now 1-2. Ball game tied at 1. Beacons looking to take the lead. The top of this lineup on deck. It's Mead. No hits yet on the year. Fouls that one to the left side. This would be a huge spot to get her first. only time she's reached base this year in 9 starts has been on a walk. Sarah Martin looking to score from third. Murray's pitch slapped down the third base line, and she's out at first. A good throw from third from Van Spal, Claire Van Spal. And that's going to keep this game tied up at 1-1. So Carleen Murray kind of gets out of a jam a little bit, leaves 2 runners on second and third, and it's still 1-1 heading into the top of the third. Stepping to the plate for the Thunderbirds, Claire Van Spal, leading off the top of the third. Tie ball game, 1-1 here at Rich Schwab Field. Bushnell taking on an international opponent, the UBC Thunderbirds. Emily Cole has allowed 1 run so far, and that's going to be called strike 1. Looked like Van Spal went around there, as there's going to be a short meeting in the circle. Van Spal, the only transfer on this Thunderbirds team, comes in from Douglas College. Came over with her coach, Jennifer McKellar, also used to coach there at Douglas College. Van Spal powers this to left field, and the diving play is not made from Wilson. Recovering there is Rondo. She chases it down in the corner, and it's going to be a triple, a stand-up triple for Van Spal.
Well, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to have production at the bottom of your order. Van Spal with a triple there to put a runner in scoring position. Not just scoring position, but at third base with no outs, leading off the inning. It's a great way to start if you're the Thunderbirds.
That's already the 3rd triple of the year for Van Spal in 8 games. She's clearly got some speed, as now that turns it over to the leadoff hitter, Caitlin Ng. Ng struck out in her first at-bat. First pitch is lofted over the shortstop's head, and that's going to score Van Spal. An RBI single for Ng.
Number 12, Marin Jorgensen.
Just slapped it the other way. Didn't have to put much on it. Put it in the perfect spot. And that's going to be another run for UBC. They're up 2-1. Marin Jorgensen now at the plate. Cole gets a swinging strike on that first pitch. Caitlin Ng on first. She loves to go for steals. Doesn't go for it there, as that one is in there for strike 2. With no outs, Cole should probably be careful for that steal attempt. That pitch upstairs for ball 1. ball, 2 strikes. Ang on first. Jorgensen at the plate. Did she go around? Yes, she did. A strikeout for Cole.
About here, 21 counted Nordquist.
Failed check swing from Jorgensen.
Really important for Cole to stay confident, and there you see it, managing to get the strikeout after giving up that first earned run of the game and having a runner on, staying confident, striking out that hitter to get the first out.
Cole's strikeout production is really impressive. She averages over 1 per inning. Strike 1 fouled away from Kiona Nordquist. Had 2 RBI in game 1 of this series. 1 for 3 in game 2. She pops this one up, and ranging in from second base to make the play is Shyla Mead. Great play to retire the second here in the top of the 3rd.
About here, 3 Caitlin Kim.
And that brings up Caitlin Kim. One for 8 so far in this series. 2 outs. A runner on first. And she is going to dribble this one into the outfield, and she's going to leg out that single. The inning remains alive for the Thunderbirds and Casey Lowe.
Casey Lowe.
It's a tough play for Meade to make right there. You managed to get that ball and probably save extra bases by picking it up, but hard to contort your body, turn all the way around, and make that throw to first base in time. Just couldn't get it.
You see a lot of those infield singles in softball. The small ball aspect of this game is just so fun to watch, as Lowe fouls that one back over the fence. 0-1. Would be huge here for Cole to keep this deficit to 1. The 0-1 high doesn't get the call. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs to Casey Lowe. Cole stands and delivers. It's inside, and it has to be corralled by the catcher, Hamilton. 2 balls now. Cole's pitch. Outside this time and low. Ball 3. Emily Cole trying to end this inning. Her second year with this Beacon, she's been a very consistent pitcher for this squad, and that's going to induce a swing for strike 2 to fill up this count.
Full count here. You kind of expect Cole to attack this zone with 2 runners already on. The last thing you want to do is load the bases right here.
The payoff pitch to Lowe is upstairs for a walk, and that loads the bases.
Well, now Cole's got to be careful. He's great at pitching out of these kinds of jams, but this is a really hot Thunderbirds team right now. You got to be careful with your pitch selection and where you put it.
Jessica Hutink with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Had a double in game 1 of this series. She takes strike 1. Now the 0-1 pitch is slapped foul. So it's Lowe on first, Kim on second, and I believe Nordquist on third. Caitlin Ang on third, actually, looking to score. 0-2, way upstairs, and Hamilton has to go grab it from the backstop. It went off of her glove. The runners stay where they are. not much of a huge gap between home plate and the backstop here at Rich Schwab Field. It's going to stay at 1-2. Cole's pitch. Outside. Evens the count. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded in the third. Jessica Hutink can break this game wide open. She pops it up. Foul over the third base dugout. Count stays where it was. 2-1 UBC. Cole's delivery fouled off again. Hutink is fighting here.
Hutink doing a great job of making that marginal contact, foul it off, and stay alive until she finds the pitch she likes.
Cole's had to throw a lot of pitches here early in this game. She's typically a workhorse that likes to stay in the game the whole time. And that ball is going to drop in center field, shallow center. It will score 2 runners. Great piece of hitting from Hutink. Brooklyn Rondo couldn't track it down. And that is now 3 runs in this top of the third for UBC. 4-1 total score.
Yeah, 2 RBI double right there from Jessica Hutink. Great patience, working that count, fouling off pitches until you find the one you like, just like I said, and then smokes it out into center field. Can't make the play, and you get the double.
Two outs here. Casey Lowe remains on third as Cole gets strike 1 on Kennedy Ainge. Cole's 0-1 is lofted foul out of the park. Bushnell hasn't been able to put up more than 1 run so far in this series. They have their work cut out for them here on offense. First, Cole needs to end this. Grounded to short. Ainge is out. Good play from Martin, ending this frame and keeping the damage at 3. 4-1 UBC. After this, the Bushnell offense looking to cut into this deficit. Top of the lineup now for Bushnell heading into the bottom of the third. It's Riley Peeler leading things off here with her team down 4-1 against UBC. That ball hit hard foul on the first pitch for strike 1. Peeler hits that one right to first base. And it's going to be an easy ground out, an easy play from Jessica Hutink. One away quickly here. And now it's Brooklyn Rondo. Couldn't quite make that catch in center field. That led to 2 runs scoring in that 3-run inning. As she takes strike 1. She hits that one hard to the right corner of the outfield. And 2 quick outs for Carlene Murray.
Now batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
Ashlyn Martin will try to get some momentum here for the Bushnell offense. 0 for 1 today. She grounds that to short. Nordquist scoops it up and throws it on to first. A very quick bottom of the third. Nothing doing for the Bushnell offense. They're still down 4 to 1. And they'll have to come back out onto the field after this break. Here we go here in inning number 4 at Rich Schwab Field. UBC on top of the Beacons, 4 to 1. Emily Cole remains in the circle after giving up 3 in the third. And she will face Kennedy Laird to start things. First pitch from Cole just outside for ball 1. Laird got the starting game 1, went 0 for 3 and was pinch hit for by Kennedy Ainge. She pops that one up to short, and Ashlyn Martin makes the play, gets under it for out number 1.
Yeah,
Batting number 11,
Emily
Claire
Cole
Van
right here is hoping that she can have an inning as quick as Carlene Murray just did. Just less than 6 pitches in that last top of the fourth, excuse me.
That will be needed. Got into a bit of trouble in that third inning. Cole throws a heater, but doesn't get the call. Outside and away. Low and away, excuse me, for ball 1. 1-0. Low and outside again. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, we talked about the low ERA of Emily Cole, and part of that is because she just hasn't given up very many earned runs in any game, this being the most she's given up all season.
Claire Van Spal pounds that one to left field, and what a diving catch there from Brenna Wilson. Prevented that would have dropped in foul territory if she had let that go, but she went for that big play and she got it. Out number 2. That brings up Caitlin Ang. So far, so good for Emily Cole here in the 4th. Just needs to retire a .542 hitter to end this one. Strike 1. Second pitch on the way. Outside, doesn't get the call.
Yeah, retiring a .542 hitter sounds easy enough, doesn't it? Tough little challenge right here for Emily Cole to get out of the last bit of this inning.
UBC had a tournament in Texas prior to this, and Caitlin Ang was on a heater during that. 11 for 17. She chops that one to third base. Violet Richardson fires it, and not in time. Caitlin Ang legs out that single.
Now batting number 12, Marin Jorgensen.
Well, that's why that batting average is so high. That speed really showing off right there for Caitlin Eng, beating out the throw to first on just a routine grounder.
Jorgensen will step in again.
Pinch hitting, number 13, Matea Burrill.
It's Matea Burrill. Pinch hitting for her. Excuse me. Burrill is a freshman, hitting .250. Hasn't gotten any starts, but has appeared in 5 games prior to this one. She stands in here. Pitch from Cole. Down the middle, but too low, the umpire says. Ball 1. One of the only 2 out-of-province recruits, not from British Columbia. She shoots that one right back up the middle, and it's an easy single. Great piece of hitting from Matea Burrill. You saw the power that Coach Jennifer McKellar referred to when asked about her.
Yeah, just smokes that one so hard up the middle that the runner at first on a hit like that would usually be able to get all the way over to third, but she hit that one so hard the runner can only stay at second.
It's Nordquist now, as that ball gets away from Hamilton and the runners advance. Call that a pass ball? I'm not sure. But now runners on second and third for Nordquist with 2 outs. Inside and at the knees. Ball 1. After that first pitch, it's actually ball 2. Another pitch inside. It's going to get the call for strike 1. Emily Cole with another. 2 runners in scoring position here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nordquist pounds it to third base, and Richardson makes the throw. That was a rocket from the arm of Richardson, and it keeps the damage. Still 4-1 here for UBC. They lead the Beacons, but the Beacons will have a chance to cut into it in the bottom of the 4th here after this break on the Bushnell Network. Bottom of the 4th here. Bushnell still trailing 4-1. Violet Richardson will lead things off. Not the batter that Murray wants to see here to start this one. Richardson hit a home run yesterday. First pitch from Murray outside for ball 1.
Yeah, well, I don't think Murray ever wants to see Richardson, the best hitter for this team. We've talked about it a couple times, but I think she's just thankful that there's no runners on when she has to face Violet Richardson right now.
Ball 2 from Murray. Richardson's been really good at working favorable counts. Murray's 2-0. Popped up into right field and well foul. Richardson scored a run after taking a walk earlier today. Fouls another one back, 2-2. Bushnell could really use a leadoff hit. Murray's pitch is an off-speeder, and it drops too low outside the zone. Count now full for Violet Richardson. What will she do? Swings and misses. And there goes Richardson for the first out.
How about number 26, Sarah Martin?
Sarah Martin now will try to get on base. Arlene Murray's been really good in this series. Fires that one too high, ball one. Who will crack the ice today? Murray foul tips that backwards. Count even at 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Murray's pitch fouled backwards again. Barely got a piece of it. Sarah Martin's also had a really good season so far in the circle, but kind of got into some trouble yesterday. Fouls that one back. Count stays at 1-2. Gave up 3 runs in the 3rd inning in game 1. Martin chops that one to short and is retired by Nordquist.
And this has been the real strong suit for Carlene Murray so far, sitting at just 29 pitches in this 4th inning here, and only 2 strikeouts. She's been getting the weak contact, using her infield, and letting the defense play behind her well.
She's been pitching to contact, and it's been working. Here's Brenna Wilson. Martin's old teammate at Mount Hood Community College. They both transferred here together. Wilson takes ball 1 and then swings at the next pitch for strike 1. This lineup has just had a hard time with Carlene Murray. Fouls that one away. Murray's got velocity on her fastballs, and she really knows how to take a little bit of mustard off it on those off speeders. Barely got a piece of that one and stays alive. Wilson protects.
Well, that's exactly what you were just talking about. That breaking ball just dropped out of the sky. I was shocked.
She's fun to watch. Murray's 1-2. Grounded softly to 3rd. And that's the inning. Ben Spall makes the play, and another 0. A 2nd in a row for Bushnell. They continue to be behind 4-1. Emily Cole will return to the circle after this on the Bushnell Network. Welcome back to Rich
She
Schwab
has the three
Field.
Caitlin Kim.
Bushnell continues to trail by 3, and they will face Caitlin Kim at the plate for the Thunderbirds. Emily Cole remains in there, had a scoreless in a very fast 4th inning after giving up 3 runs in the 3rd and 1 in the 2nd. That one is low and away for ball 1. Cole's 1-0. Chopped foul. Casey Lowe on deck. And then it'll be Jessica Hutink after Kim. One ball, 1 strike. Cole stands, delivers. Outside. Good shift from Hamilton to corral it for ball 2.
Well, we talked about this being the most earned runs allowed for Emily Cole. I'm really excited to see how she deals with this adversity and how long she stays in this game, assuming that she can keep it to just 4 runs.
That ball hit hard, but backwards. Caitlin Kim has 2 runs scored on the day, 1 of 1, with a walk taken. Fouls that one away. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Kim, leading off this top of the 5th. It's been a very fast game here so far. That ball hit hard into the left center gap, and it is caught. Wilson was under it.
How about number 10, Casey Lowe?
1 away. Now Casey Lowe steps in. That was good contact from Kim, but Wilson was more than ready to make the play. Casey Lowe takes ball 1 from Emily Cole.
Yeah, well, we've seen Brenna Wilson make some great plays out in left field today. Missed that one on the triple, but ever since then, she's been a black hole out in left field.
Yeah, she had that diving play earlier. Strike 1 now down the middle for Cole. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Top of the 5th. No one on base. Cole delivers to Lowe. Inside for ball 2. Pitch fouled back. Evens the count. Casey Lowe took a walk earlier today, 1 of 2 that this Thunderbirds team has worked. The other one was from Kim. Cole delivers. Lowe pops that one up to Wilson in left, and she makes another play. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. And so far it's been another efficient inning from Cole. No one on with 2 outs. It's Hutink, the lefty batter. Will take ball 1 high. Hutink is 1 for 2 with 2 RBI. Hit that 2 RBI single earlier. Takes strike 1, fouled it away. The 1-1 from Cole. Doesn't get the call. It's ball 2. pitch outside. 3 balls now, 1 strike. Cole was trying to get through this inning 1, 2, 3. Now in some danger of allowing a base runner. Cole wheels and deals. Outside again. And Utink will take first on the walk, her second of the day. Now it's Kennedy Ainge looking to drive her home with 2 outs. Ainge is 0 of 2 on the day. Nothing doing for Cole, ball 1. Swing and a miss from Ainge. That's going to even the count. Cole's had some good stuff mixed in with a little bit too much contact given up today. That one inside, but it gets the call for ball 2. For strike 2, I mean. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. Chopped, shallow to third. Richardson comes on for it, makes the throw. She's out. Another great throw from Richardson. And that ends this inning. Another scoreless one for Emily Cole. Score stays at 4-1 for the Bushnell offense. We will return for the bottom of the 5th after this. Welcome back to Springfield. Bushnell trailing 4-1. They'll have another chance to cut into the deficit against Carleen Murray. First up, it's Marina Castaneda, the right fielder today. Murray's been fantastic so far as she throws ball 1 low. But she's through 4 innings of work. She's allowed 1 run. Only 2 strikeouts, but man, has it been a very efficient day for her. 1-0. Outside. Just outside. Ball 2. Castaneda looking for her second hit. She had an RBI single earlier. Going to bounce foul. Not great contact on that swing. 2-1 the count. It's been really tough for this Bushnell team to get early action here in these innings, and that is a swing and a miss. That ball just kind of swerved out of the frame. There was no way Castaneda was getting to that. Murray's just got some excellent breaking stuff. She throws that one inside. Castaneda pops it up, and the play is made by Lowe. 1 away.
Batting number 3, Gracie Hamilton.
For Gracie Hamilton, the catcher. Transferred from Blue Mountain Community College. Second team all NWAC there. Hamilton pops that one, and it's going to drop for a blooper single. First pitch of the at-bat, Hamilton was ready. And a nice play there.
Well, I was just going to talk about that last hit, the flyout that we saw from Castaneda went out to the warning track, and the wind coming in from the outfield right now. I'm wondering if it's making some balls die a little early out there, but that one just bloops over the first baseman, and in that case, the wind is going to help out the Beacons.
It certainly did. And now that you're talking about it, I'm feeling the wind. It is coming right back into my face. As that's going to be ball one taken, or strike one taken, from Emily Cole. So Emily Cole enters the lineup now. After a defensive switch. Cole now at a 1-2 count. Cole does not have a hit yet in 11 at-bats. 1-2 to Cole from Murray. Cole slaps it foul down the third base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. She did have an RBI ground out earlier this year. Cole chops that to third and not able to make it to first. 2 quick outs for Murray. And that'll turn it back over to Riley Peeler. Peeler's just had a very strong start to the year, batting .367 coming into today. But so far hasn't been able to do anything. Struck out in one of her at-bats and made an out in the other one. 0 for 2. Swings at that one for strike 1. Fouls it away. Now stands in. Pitch is outside for ball 1. Peeler played 2 seasons at SWAC in Coos Bay, one of my favorite university names. She takes ball 2.
Well, at SWAC, she was first team all-conference.
She was. Two one now. And now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to Peeler. Fouls it back. And the count remains. Still 4-1. We haven't seen any score changes since the 3rd inning. Bushnell offense just trying to get some sort of action. Did she go around? I don't believe she did, but trying to steal, going to be thrown out. Gracie Hamilton tried to steal third base and looked like she was out by a couple steps. That's going to end the inning. Again, score stays at 4-1. And we'll see what happens in the 6th inning after this. back to Rich Schwab. Thunderbirds on offense now, leading 4-1 on the Beacons. And we have a new batter here. It's Brielle Donahue. Subbing in for
number 26, Sarah Martin.
Kennedy Laird. And we have a new pitcher as well. It's Sarah Martin, relieving Emily Cole. Martin's going to probably take a couple warm-up pitches, but Donahue is standing just outside the batter's box. Well, let's get into Sarah Martin a little bit. She's been a really consistent player for the Beacons so far. She did give up a few runs here in Game 1 of the series, but she's going to have a chance for redemption here. Coaches and umps still talking amongst each other just to make sure they got all these substitutions right. Here we go. Sarah Martin will step into the circle for her first pitch today. Martin's first pitch is a strike. Donahue was looking at it. Ball 1. Sarah Martin and Emily Cole make up the vast majority of the innings pitched for the Beacons. They are the two workhorses for this team. They often come in relief of each other. And that's exactly what just happened. Donahue fouls that one away. It's 1-2 now. Coming into today, Martin and Cole accounted for 60 out of the 65 innings pitched. This is a small roster with not a lot of pitching depth, only 16 total players. Martin's pitch is inside, evens the count at 2 apiece. Martin pitching to Donahue. Donahue chops that one to first base, and it's going to squeeze for a single. They couldn't make the play.
Batting number 11, Claire Van Spal.
And it's going to be an early base runner for the T-Birds. Peeler had to go inside to get that ball, but the second baseman, Meade, couldn't cover first in time. First pitch of the at-bat is outside for ball 1. Now pitching to Claire Van Spal. Van Spal had a triple earlier today. 3 on the year already. And a strong hit into left field. That's going to drop for a base hit. And now 2 base runners with no outs. Sarah Martin in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, Sarah Martin has a great ERA this season. This is her 6th appearance of the year with decisions in 4 of those. And her first decision loss of the year came against UBC in the doubleheader yesterday. So she's probably hoping to have a great outing here and finish strong.
Both of these pitchers, Cole and Martin, kind of have to maybe conserve themselves a little bit. It's going to be another doubleheader today, as that one is fouled back by Caitlin Ang. Led off this game. She has reached base twice, 2 of 3. 1-1 now. In a high leverage situation for Ang. She's able to get a hit here game and break it wide open. Her team's already up by 3. Low and away, ball 2. Ang, one of the seniors on this T-Birds team. A lot of experience. Never slugged over 300 in her first 3 years as a Thunderbird, though. She's having a true senior breakout.
Well, we talked about Kaylin Eng and how she's been a pretty prototypical leadoff hitter most of her career. A lot of contact and speed, but you're right. The slugging numbers are just jumping off the stat sheet for Kaylin Eng in her senior year.
Yeah, slugging .708 now, OPS of 1285. 2-2 to Ang. Slaps that through the gap in right center. And that will score 2. Ang holds up at third. A triple for Ang. And her first couple of RBIs in this series.
Well, there's the mixture of speed and power from Caitlin Eng right there. She just smoked that one over into right field, where the right fielder had been playing a little over to the left with the shift, and then manages to wheel her way all the way around to third base for the triple.
It scores 2, and the game now 6-1. Bushnell, or UBC, has already tied their run total from game 1 of this series, where they won 6-0. It's Marin Jorgensen now, back in. She was pinch hit for earlier, but now returns to the batting lineup. Jorgensen takes ball 1. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. A runner on third. It's Caitlin Ang. No outs. Martin deals outside for ball 2. Jorgensen 0 of 2 today. Hasn't reached base yet, struck out once. Jorgensen takes it at the feet for ball 3. Fouled away. Full count. Top of the 6th. Thunderbirds have already scored 2 off of Caitlin Ang's triple. Trying to make it 3. Jorgensen has 4 RBI on the year. And she takes ball 4. That one nowhere near the strike zone.
Batting number 21, Kiana Nordquist.
A walk given up by Martin. Now 2 base runners for Kiona Nordquist. A short meeting here in the circle for the infield and Sarah Martin, trying to get her back on track. Nordquist is a 300 hitter, at least she was going into today. She is 0 for 3 though. Ang on third. And she is easily going to be able to take that base. Jorgensen had no one covering second. And Bushnell seemed content to give up that steal right there. Now runners on second and third with no outs. Martin to Nordquist, and out at first from another throw from Richardson.
Batting number 3, Caitlin Kim.
That keeps the runners where they were before, and no one scores. Still 6-1 with runners on second and third. Caitlin Kim now. Martin to Kim. Kim flies that not not very far. Thought it was going to go into the outfield.
Batting number
It
10,
went right
Casey
to
Hill.
Violet Richardson, who gets another out. Again, 2 favorable plays for Bushnell. It keeps the runners where they are. And now with 2 outs, it's Casey Lowe trying to drive them home. 6-1, top of the 6th. Sarah Martin in the circle. Delivers that one outside for ball 1. A righty-on-righty matchup. Foul back. Count even at 1. Caitlin Ng on third. Rin Jorgensen on second. Lowe at the plate. Lowe will watch that one for a ball for strike 2. Right down the middle. Martin with good control on that pitch. Now the 1-2. Chop foul. Bushnell hasn't had a multi-run inning in a long time. They are likely going to need a couple of those if they want to come back. Strikeout for Sarah Martin, ending the frame, getting out of the jam. 2 runs given up, but a great way to cap it off with a swinging strikeout from Sarah Martin. It's 6-1 UBC. Bushnell trying to cut into the 5-run deficit on the other side of this middle of the 6th inning break. Welcome back to Rich Schwab. It's a new pitcher
Leading off number 19, Riley.
for the Thunderbirds. Shea Seaver stepping in for Carleen Murray, who had another very good outing. 5 innings pitched, only 1 given up. That one was in the 2nd. Shea Seaver will replace her, and she's a pretty good pitcher herself. A 2.84 ERA. She's a 2-way player just like Sarah Martin. Today she comes in relief. Umpires talking amongst each other real quick.
Yeah, Seaver coming in relief right here. It will be her first relief appearance of the year. All of her other 3 appearances were starts.
Has 14 hits given up in 12.1 innings of action. 5 earned runs, 7 runs total. Riley Peeler will face her first. Good eye from her. She takes ball 1 just outside the lower outside corner. Peeler takes ball 2. Peeler still 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. Bushnell needs some juice. They need something coming out of the first batter of any inning, really. Peeler wants to be the one to do it. Working a 2-2 count. To 1 ball game in the bottom of the 6th. Peeler flies that one out of the park foul. Two balls, 2 strikes. Peeler awaits. Seaver delivers. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout here for the Bushnell offense. One away. And that brings up Brooklyn Rondo again. Freshman takes ball 1. Goes off the outstretched glove of the catcher. Rondo's 0 for 2 today. Devlin, I'm wondering if you've noticed anything about what Bushnell could do better to stay in these at-bats a little longer, as that's going to be a fly out to right.
Well, I think it's tough. Murray was absolutely dealing out there, and Murray was going quick, and they couldn't really work any counts because any contact they made was going out in the field of play and was just a quick out for the Thunderbirds. So I think that it was a little... The Beacons could do a little bit more sitting back, waiting for counts to fill up, but at the same time, then you take the risk of missing out on the pitch you wanted.
Seaver seems like she has not quite as much velocity on her pitches as Murray, but still a tough player to compete against nonetheless. That one upstairs, but swinging at it is Ashlyn Martin for strike 2. 0-2 count. 2 outs. This in danger of being another quick 1-2-3 inning. Outside for ball 1. Ashlyn Martin. 0-2 on the day. Hasn't reached base this series yet. Earlier this year, she did have a very good game against Willamette, powering a 7-4 win with 3 RBI. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs now to Peeler. Peeler swings at it, corralled by the third baseman Richardson, or Van Spal, and she makes the play. That's it for the 6th inning. Bushnell puts up another 0. They haven't scored since the 2nd inning. One more inning, though, for the Beacons to come back. It'll be Sarah Martin back in the circle as we await the 7th inning here on the Bushnell Network. Sarah Martin returns to the circle here to start this 7th inning. be a new batter here. Zoe Willington will pinch hit for the Thunderbirds with her team up 6-1. It's been a very similar game to the one we saw yesterday in game 1. Thunderbirds won that one 6-0. Bushnell has put up a run today, but they haven't done anything in quite a while. That was all the way back in the second inning.
Yeah, this offense has gone a little stagnant right now. Part of that is from the great pitching performances from the Thunderbirds, giving the Beacons a really hard time and not leaving them anything to hit.
So, Martin will pitch to Willington and try to hold this 5-run deficit for Bushnell to give the offense a chance in the final frame. Martin delivers. Down the middle, that one had some heat on it. Strike one. Willington, a freshman catcher, hasn't seen the field today until coming into pinch hit. 0-2 now to Willington. Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Another pinch hitter is on deck now for the Thunderbirds. It's Katrina Heaton. Two balls, 2 strikes now. Just outside. Martin doesn't get the call. It's a full count. Zoe Willington has 1 hit so far in the year, 2 appearances. And Martin sits her down. A strikeout looking on the inside upper corner.
Yeah, Willington didn't swing once, so Martin just taking advantage of that with the heat inside.
A well-placed pitch retires out number 1. And now it's Katrina Heaton, from White Rock, British Columbia. Takes ball 1. She's appeared in 7 games so far, batting 143. 1 hit and 7 at bats. Ball 2, inside at the knees. It's Martin delivering it right on the outside edge. It's called strike 1. See if Martin ends up starting the first game of next series. The next game of this series, excuse me. She's usually scheduled to start the other game if Cole starts the first. 2-2 with 1 out. Martin's pitch swung at and fouled off. Is a senior. Mostly a utility player coming in off the bench. Fouls off another one. 2-2 with 1 out. Top of the 7th. Martin trying to keep the score where it is, 6-1 UBC. Inside, called strike 3. Another strikeout looking
Now batting number 1, Kennedy
for
Laird.
Sarah Martin. She's really getting back on track.
Yeah, Sarah Martin really figuring it out here in this last inning. Getting everything to go, getting her strikes in the zone, and having some great control right now.
It'll be back to Kennedy Laird, who re-enters. Laird immediately pops this one to Richardson. She fumbles it. Tried to make the throw. She's made a lot of them today, but it's going to be, I think, a fielding error on Richardson. Couldn't corral the ball in time to retire Laird.
Number 11, Claire Van Spal.
That's a base runner with 2 outs for Claire Van Spal. Two of 3 with 2 RBI today. Takes ball 1. And that one is grounded to second base. Emily Cole was there, and I'm not sure what happened there.
Looked like runner's interference. The runner just stuttered up, like stutter stepped, and then ran right into the second baseman trying to make the play. So that'll be an automatic out.
Thank you for explaining that, Devlin. But that is going to retire the side for the Thunderbirds, and the Beacons will head into the bottom of the 7th, still down by 5. It's the final frame for the Bushnell
Leading
Beacons.
off number 15, Violet
They
Richardson.
trail their neighbors from up north, the UBC Thunderbirds, by 5. Violet Richardson will lead off another inning. She's led off multiple times today. Usually not coming up to bat with runners in scoring position. Seaver's pitch is high for ball 1.
Well, who better to spark a comeback with than Violet Richardson?
Yeah, she has a run scored, but hasn't had a hit today. That just might be one. It's lined right to the right fielder, Jorgensen.
Now batting number 26, Sarah Martin.
Sarah Martin will follow. Really good contact from Richardson, but just misplaced. Final 2 outs for the Beacons. That one barely tipped foul. 0-1. Sarah Martin relieved Emily Cole on the mound. Has really had a solid pitching outing, at least in the 7th inning, after giving up 2 runs in the 6th. Now down 0-2 in the count here. Had 2 backwards Ks just a moment ago. Martin did. Now Martin takes that one in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bushnell needs something right now. Chase Seaver wheels and deals. It's popped up and over the wall in right field foul territory. Martin will stay alive. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Watches that one go, and it's too high and too far outside. It's ball 2. The 2-2 to Martin. Kind of a golf swing there. Just had to go get a piece of that ball just to protect herself. Fouled back. Count stays at 2-2. We'll see if someone can spark some momentum for the Bushnell offense in their final 2 outs. Seaver to Martin. Martin skies this one to left, and it's going to drop. 2 Thunderbird defenders couldn't make the play, and Martin is on board with a double.
Just a miscommunication in the outfield from the left fielder and the shortstop right there. And Sarah Martin catches a break. Now a runner in scoring position for the Beacons.
You could kind of see that one coming. I mean, the 2 Thunderbirds defenders were both looking a little bit unsure of who's going to make the play. It ends up dropping right between them. Martin on second base. Brenna Wilson just took strike 1. Big hack at that one and swings and misses. 0-2. Wilson has a chance to drive home the second run of the game for the Beacons. Wilson watches. It's outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Seaver in the circle. Fires. It's skied to center, and making the play are the Thunderbirds. Caitlin Eng runs inside to get it, and that's the second out.
Marina Castaneda.
Marina Castaneda comes on with 2 outs. She'll try to keep this game alive. Castaneda's 1 for 2 with an RBI. Takes ball 1. Just needs contact here. Needs to start a rally. Swings and misses, though, at that one. Count is at 1 apiece with 2 outs. The game is on her bat. Castaneda is going to let that one drop into the infield and not able to make it to first. That's going to be the final out.
UBC takes game 3 of our series.
Final score,
Back out here for
UBC
our
6,
fourth game in about 30
Bushnell
minutes.
1, and the offensive woes continue for the Beacons. Only able to put 1 run on the board. That's only their second so far in 3 games of action in this series.
Yeah, just like he said, putting up only 2 runs across 3 games can't make the team feel that great, but you just got to put it into the back of your mind and focus on the next one. You got 1 more game to come out and really try and make a statement against this UBC team that's showing us they're really, really hot right now. So the Beacons will look to get back at it in about half an hour.
The British Columbia Thunderbirds remain undefeated in conference play, 3-0 against Bushnell, and they will play 1 more game today. We will be right back for the end of this 4-game series on the Bushnell Network. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer alongside Devlin Christensen. Stay tuned for more Bushnell Beacon softball. Hey everyone, welcome back to Rich Schwab Field here in Springfield, Oregon. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer alongside Devlin Christensen, and we have one more game of Bushnell softball action for you here. The Beacons have officially lost their series to the UBC Thunderbirds, dropping the first 3 and putting up a total of 2 runs over those 3 games, but they have a chance to walk away from this series with something positive.
Oh yeah. Alexis Perez out in the circle right now. Just pitched 2.1 innings this year, but posting the ERA of an even 0. So we'll see how Perez can fare against this UBC lineup that has given the Beacons some trouble.
For the T-Birds tonight, Caitlin and Amy.
Here we go in game number 4 of Beacons T-Birds, the first conference series here for either team. The third year in a row that both these teams have faced each other to start CCC play. UBC's looking pretty good to start conference play at 3-0, 6-2 overall after a strong showing in Texas. Leading off for the Thunderbirds, it's Caitlin Eng. She went 3 of 4 in the earlier game today. Alexis Perez's first pitch is a strike on the outside corner. You said it, Perez hasn't seen much action so far this season. Only 1 appearance. This is her second. Didn't allow any runs last time around. A 1.71 whip. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Caitlin Eng. And that one got away from Perez. Slipped out of her hands, went way inside, and Eng had to duck to avoid it. Ball 2. Eng looking to start this 4th game off strong. She's hit 5 for 11 in this series so far with 3 RBI. All of them came earlier today. Ball 3 outside. Perez waits. Now pitch on its way. In there for strike 2. Good control from Perez. Now the count is full. Perez delivers. Slapped to third base. Violet Richardson fields it, throws to first, and is not able to get the putout. Fullenwider, the first baseman, couldn't scoop it up.
Yeah, tough scoop right there. Throws a little bit low. Looks like it might be a throwing error, moving Eng to second with her lightning fast speed.
She is a dangerous scoring threat on the base paths. Fullenwider had to do the splits in order to get close to that ball. Not the best throw from Richardson. And the leadoff batter is aboard. Bunt attempt from the second player in the order, Madison McGillivray. She gets her first start of the day. Didn't play last game. The defensive lineup out there for Bushnell, the infield, Violet Richardson at third, Ashlyn Martin at short, Shyla Mead gets another start at second, and Maddie Fullenwider takes first base. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike to McGillivray. She stands in the righty batter's box, slaps that one just foul down the third base line. Eng took off, but she'll have to retreat back to second. McGillivray is a senior on this Thunderbirds team. Normally plays in the outfield, and she is in center today. 1-2. Popped up and out of play.
contact hitter here in McGillivray. Got to see how the pitcher can get out of this one after giving up the extra base hit or error to the speedy Caitlin Eng.
That ball just upstairs for ball 2. McGillivray has 3 hits, one of them a double in 7 at-bats on the year. 2-2 from Perez. Slapped too short. Ashlyn Martin fields. The throw not in time. And McGillivray is aboard on second. Caitlin Eng stays where she is at.
Yeah, this Thunderbirds team has a lot of speed high in this lineup, especially when they punch in McGillivray into the order so high. So now, runners on first and second, both with great speed beating out those throws.
So here is Caitlin Kim, the second baseman. She stands in and watches ball 1 go outside and low. British Columbia gets their first 2 runners aboard. And up and away for ball 2. Caitlin Kim, the only player to hit a homer so far this year for the Thunderbirds, did it against Southwestern Christian in their Texas tournament. I believe they won that game 21-3, so the hitting was contagious. 2-1 after a foul ball. Kim swipes at that one and fouls it back. Three lefties to start for this Thunderbirds lineup, followed by 4 righties and then 2 more lefties. That's a ball, and the count is full with 2 runners aboard. Big situation. This could dictate the rest of the game. Perez to Kim. The pitch on his way. Down the middle, swung at, and popped up to center field, deep center, and the play is made. Great defensive play from Rondo. She makes the catch, and the throw comes in very quickly to hold the runners. 1 out.
Number 13, Matea Burrell.
Matea Burrell will now step up to the plate. The shortstop did pinch hit earlier today and got a single out of it. Perez's pitch down the middle. That's strike 1. Burrell and Jillian Matsubara are the only 2 players on this Bushnell or this UBC team to not come from British Columbia. Burrell hails from Crossfield, Alberta, and she's down 0-2 to Perez. 1 out, 2 runners on, and that pitch got away from Perez, way too high. The runners advance. So now, Caitlin Eng is on third base, threatening to score with 1 out. Top of the first. Perez delivers. Strike down the middle. It's swung at and caught by the center fielder Rondo. And Eng is going to take off from third and score on the tag-up. Early run for the T-Birds. Up 1-0.
That'll actually be a double play. It looks like McGillivray left early, thinking that ball was going to get down, and so they had her strung up at second base when she was trying to get back, and that'll be a double play for the Beacons to get out with just 1 run in the inning.
Wow, that is a really interesting sequence that just happened. The run counts, but the inning still ends on a double play. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before watching softball, but here we are. It's 1-0 UBC after the top of the first. Bushnell will have their first at-bats of this game after this break. Bushnell will come up to bat here in the bottom of the first, down 1-0 after a peculiar ending to the top of the first that saw the Thunderbirds score a run on an inning double play. But Brooklyn Rondo will lead off, and she will face the pitcher Riley Woodward, getting her first start of the season for UBC. And that first pitch is a strike down the middle. Woodward has only had one appearance, hasn't allowed anything so far. She is a senior and a right-hander. 2 quick strikes, though, against Rondo. 0 for 3 earlier today, Rondo. And that pitch way inside. Rondo had to avoid it. Ball 1. Senior pitching to a freshman. 2-2 now. Rondo watches ball 3 go off the catcher's mitt.
Yeah, well, you talk about the senior to freshman matchup right here, and Woodward is definitely an experienced pitcher, but this is just her second appearance of the season.
The payoff pitch will happen again as that one's fouled off. Rondo still looking for her first hit of the year. She sat out the Arizona trip and the road games before that due to injury, and now she's healthy and she strikes out looking. Riley Woodward retires out number 1 of inning number 1.
Number 2, Brenna Wilson.
Brenna Wilson follows. From Mount Hood Community College. Transferred over with Sarah Martin, the two-way player. Takes ball 1. A Junction City native, so she's from around here. Ball 2 goes inside. Two balls, no strikes, 1 out. Woodward. And the pitch is shot right back up the middle for a base hit. Brenna Wilson was ready for that pitch.
Number 9, Ashlyn.
And a runner is aboard in the first inning. Bushnell really wanted to see something like that happen after their offense was just anemic in the first 3 games of this series. That's Ashlyn Martin swinging at an early pitch, and she's going to make it to first. But it's going to be a fielder's choice. Wilson is out at second. 2 outs in the bottom of the first. And Violet Richardson will finally come to bat with a runner aboard, not in scoring position. A Canyonville, Oregon native. She's just been stellar to start this year on defense and offense. Richardson watches the first pitch go outside for ball one. Richardson only played 20 games as a freshman, now a sophomore. Was really, really good as a freshman. Hit .358, but has just taken it to another level this year. Came into today batting .500 and OPSing .1567. Richardson slams that to left field. That is a base hit, and the left fielder fumbles it, gets it back. It's a double for Richardson, and the runner is safe at the plate. A bang-bang play, an aggressive base running from Ashlyn Martin is going to get the Beacons a run.
Just like that, Beacons have tied this one up and get their third run of the series in this first inning. And with another runner at second base now, Violet Richardson, they're going to hope to get their second run and take this lead here.
Richardson with a double, and she continues to rake it early in this season. 0-1 as Sarah Martin steps in. Martin fouls that off, and she's down 0-2. Sarah Martin is from Grants Pass, Oregon. You know who else is from Grants Pass, Oregon? Our very own Lily Crane. I gotta ask her if she knows Lily.
Well, Lily, the best editor in the business over at KWVA Sports, doing some great work over there.
Yeah. Grants Pass has supplied us with some good talent on both sides of the broadcasting booth. 0-2. Martin hangs in there. 2 outs. Richardson looking to score. Martin pitched earlier today. She's the DP now. That one way upstairs from Woodward. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Woodward slipped out of her hands, and another ball. Can she keep control this time? No. Sarah Martin with some good eye, letting those balls go. And now the count's full with 2 outs. Richardson can take off. Richardson punches that, or Martin punches it back to the pitcher. It hits her, and Woodward throws to first to end the inning. If it was just a few inches to the right, who knows what would have happened. But Martin gets unlucky there with that ground out. 1-1 ball game after 1 inning. And we'll be back for the second after this. Back now to start the second inning here in the final game of this 4-game Bushnell UBC softball series. Alexis Perez, in the circle, and she will face Kennedy Ainge. The catcher for the Thunderbirds. She has seen action in all 4 games. 0 for 3 though earlier today. Takes ball 1 now. Second pitch on the way. Ainge skies it to center. And it's caught by Rondo. Another good defensive play from Rondo. One away. Zoe Willington will get the start today. Willington playing first base in this contest. Perez throws it outside. One ball, no strikes. On deck, Jillian Matsubara. Willington fouls it back. Now 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. In a 1-1 ball game. Perez. The pitch down the middle. Strike 2. Willington not willing to take the bat off her shoulder. And she will watch another one go way high off the catcher's mitt. Montana Love getting the start at catcher today. Sophomore for the Beacons. Alexis Perez is a freshman. And that ball is hit into the middle of the infield, and unable to make the play is Mead. It's going to dribble into the outfield for a base hit.
Yeah, well, that was just a tough play for Mead to make. That's a Gold Glove play. If anybody's going to make that, just a diving stop, able to get the glove on it, but just couldn't secure the ball and didn't make a throw over first.
A single for Willington, and now Jillian Matsubara will check swing, but take strike 1. Perez already gave up her first run of her Bushnell career. We'll see if she can keep it that way. That ball outside. Back to 1-1. Willington on first. Perez, the righty, delivers. Catches the outside corner of the zone for strike 2. Matsubara is a utility infielder. Just joined the team as a freshman. She hits that one over the shortstop's head and into shallow left field. Another single.
Batting number 19, Brielle Donahue.
2 runners aboard now for the T-Birds for Brielle Donahue. 5'5" sophomore outfielder from Langley, British Columbia. Had a pinch hit single and came around to score in the early game today. She takes ball 1, a little too high from Perez. Bushnell's fallen victim to falling behind early in games and not being able to come back. And that one's going to be another infield single.
Number 11,
Was
Claire
tough to
Van
see if
Staal.
she made the play, but Donahue is going to slap it and then leg out that play. Okay, I was wrong about that. She was called out. 2 outs now.
But a close one down there.
It
Exciting.
certainly looked like she was out, and for some reason, I was not looking when the umpire made the signal. It is 0-1, 2 outs. to Van Spal. Claire Van Spal slaps it to short. Martin on for the throw to first, and the inning is over. So Alexis Perez and the Bushnell defense put up a 0 on the board. UBC unable to score, and the score stays 1 apiece heading into the bottom of the second for the Bushnell offense. We'll be back after a short break on the Bushnell live stream. Here we go in the bottom of the second. Bushnell has it tied up with the T-Birds. We'll see if they can take the lead. Montana Love, the catcher, is up to bat. Standing at 5'2". Right-handed sophomore. Went to South Umpqua High School in Myrtle Creek, Oregon. Got a few starts as a freshman at catcher. Gets another one today. It's her fifth of the season. Takes strike one now. Second pitch, swing and a miss. Love down 0-2. Excuse me, that was actually a swinging strikeout. Love makes the first out of this inning. Good pitch there from Riley Woodward, who's allowed one run so far. Now she faces Marina Castaneda, and that pitch is high and away, but catches the corner for strike one. That one inside. Called a ball. 1-1 from Woodward to Castaneda. Slow pitch, had a lot of spin on it, and it goes just outside. Two balls, one strike, one out. Is Woodward. Castaneda whiffs. 2-2 now. Woodward going for a off-speed breaking ball approach against Castaneda. And swing and a miss again from Castaneda for the second out. And that brings up Maddie Fullenwider, the first baseman, with 2 outs. First pitch from Woodward outside. 1-0. Woodward in her first start of the year. In there for strike one.
Yeah, Woodward looking comfortable out there, filling up the strike zone. Not afraid to use that breaking ball early and drop them in.
1-1 pitch is swung on from Fullenwider, and it drops past the shortstop's head. And she's on board with a base hit.
Well, when you fill up the strike zone, you take that risk of somebody putting a good piece of lumber on that ball. And that one was smoked out over the shortstop's head into left field for a great piece of hitting from Maddie Fullenwider.
Hit it right into the open space. Fullenwider aboard. And Shyla Mead is up to bat. junior from Roseburg, transferred from College of the Siskiyous. The 1-0 is swung at and fouled. Last game, she also got the start at second base, but was flexed out of the lineup. Now she's down 0-2, looking for her first hit. Outside, ball 1. The 1-2 from Woodward. Slow one. And it is slapped at and protected by Meade. Meade has started every game so far this year. Fouls that one off to stay alive. 1-2 popped up. Second baseman is on to make the play. That's Kim, and the inning is over. After both teams score in the first, neither team scores in the second. It's still 1-1 after 2 frames here at Rich Schwab Field. We'll be back in a moment for the third inning on the Bushnell live stream. Back here in the third inning, Alexis Perez retakes the circle in a 1-1 ball game with UBC. Bushnell trying to get their first win of the series against the T-Birds. First pitch from Perez to Caitlin Eng is a ball. Again in the dirt. Is ahead early. Eng is 0 for 1 in this game, but 3 for 4 just a couple hours ago. 2-0. Outside and low. 3 balls, no strikes. Eng can be a little conservative here, but you think Perez is going to want to try to get one in the zone. You don't want to walk a fast leadoff hitter like Eng, and that's exactly what she does. Eng takes another base.
Well, we've seen Eng make everybody pay on the stolen bases this year, and the speed has really been showing off, so we'll see if she ends up trying to go for this one and if she makes an impact on the base paths as usual.
She has 3 stolen bases so far. And a bunt attempt from McGillivray. It advances Eng to second, but not able to leg out the single.
Well, this has got to be part of the game plan. You get the speedy runner and Caitlin Eng on, and then you do the sack bunt, get her moved into scoring position, and now a solid base hit could score Caitlin Eng from second.
And when you have McGillivray in there, those sack bunts always have the potential to be singles as well. It's Caitlin Kim taking strike 1 from Perez with 1 out. Perez deals, swung at, and skied to left. Not able to make the play is Wilson. She picks it up, throws it back into the infield, and it is not going to score anybody. It's going to be a double, though, for Caitlin Kim. Ang holds up, though, because, you know, not exactly easy to tell whether Wilson was going to make the catch or not. But Matea Burrell will now step up with 2 runners in scoring position. Kim and Ang, the 2 Caitlins. That one is a quick line out right to short. Martin, did she get the double play? She did. That was a quick turn of events for Bushnell, and it ends the frame. What a way to strand 2 runners on base. Wow. That's the end of the top of the third. Bushnell puts up another 0 defensively. They'll have another chance to take the lead here on the other side of this break. Welcome back to Rich Schwab Field. Still a 1-1 ball game heading into the bottom of the third. Beacons in this one after losing the first 3 games of the series. It's Brooklyn Rondo who led off this game. 0 for 1 though. Takes strike 1 now. Lays down a bunt and makes it to first. She made it all right. Good speed from Rondo and also a well-placed bunt.
Batting number 2, Brenna Wilson.
We're seeing a lot of that small ball aspect of the game in these 2 matchups of this doubleheader. A lot of bunting, a lot of moving runners across into scoring position, and a lot of beating out singles.
Pulling back from a bunt position is Brenna Wilson. She takes ball 1 with Rondo aboard. Riley Woodward still in there. Another bunt attempt, and it's going to advance Rondo. A sacrifice bunt, well executed, but Wilson is out.
Batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
Ashlyn Martin now, the shortstop, made a great defensive play to spear that line drive and then throw it to third for the double play. And now she steps in and takes strike 1. Now swings at this pitch, goes off of Woodward to shortstop, and she makes the play. Burrell caught it off the ricochet and then got the put out, or the assist,
15,
rather.
Richardson.
2 outs here in the third inning. The bottom frame, it's Violet Richardson again with a runner on third. She can take the lead, and she is a dangerous player. 1-0. Richardson already got the RBI hit in the first inning. Now she's up 2-0. Excuse me, 1-1. Pitch from Woodward, inside at the knees. Wisely taken for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Well outside from Woodward for ball 3. Brooklyn Rondo waiting for an opportunity to take off from third. It's Richardson taking a pitch, and she will take a base.
Yeah, Violet Richardson, a big power hitter, great contact, just a great all-around hitter at the plate, but just the patience showing off right there, working another walk, and getting on base, moving the order along, and if you're the Beacons, hopefully that'll get you some runs.
Here's Sarah Martin following Richardson. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Sliced foul on the opposite side. Martin is 1 for 6 at the plate so far in this series. That ball well outside, but it off the catcher's mitt. It goes off the catcher's mitt, and Rondo will have an opportunity to swipe home plate. A wild pitch leads to a run and a Bushnell lead. 2 runs to 1 here in the third. One strike to Martin. She can drive home 1 more run if she pleases. Ball 2 now, 2-1 pitch, foul back. Now, a triple double, if you will. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Had to steal that from my guy, CJ Flores. That's outside. Full count with 2 outs. And that pitch is in the dirt. Martin can take a base. A wild pitch at the worst possible time for Woodward is going to keep this inning alive.
Martin gets the walk right there, but that wild pitch also allows Violet Richardson to move into third, making it just a base hit would give Bushnell a 2-run lead.
It's a infield meeting right now, trying to get Woodward back on track.
Now batting number 10,
She will stay in the
Love.
circle to face Montana Love, the catcher. Runners at the corners again after Martin took base on the wild pitch with 2 strikes. Bushnell on top. The first time they've had a lead in this series. Love takes ball 1 outside.
Bushnell hitters are staying patient, and that's starting to get to Woodward just a little bit. See if you can get in the head here after giving up a couple walks.
Love lays down a bunt. Does she make it to first? She can't. And that's going to keep the runner from scoring. And that's the end of the third inning. 1 run goes on the board, though, for Bushnell. They take the lead. It's 2-1 after 3. We'll be back in a moment. back to Rich Schwab, where the Beacons lead the Thunderbirds 2-1 to start the 4th inning, and Alexis Perez getting her first start of her Bushnell career, looking to preserve that lead. Kennedy Ainge stands in, takes ball 1. Ainge is 0 for 1 today, or at least in this game. That's just a bit high for ball 2. Perez to Ainge. That one drops in there for strike 1. Well-placed breaking ball. All smiles from Perez. He's in a bit of a rhythm right now. Another delivery fouled away, tying the count at 2. Perez went to Crater High School a few hours from here, but that ball goes right back up the middle, off Perez's glove, and Ainge will be able to take first.
Yeah, tough break right there if you're Perez. Got a grounder right back up at you, and you thought you had it for a second, and you were about to make the easy play and get another out, keep your rhythm going, and then the ball's not in your glove. So you got to keep playing. Now a runner on first.
No out still. Swinging and fouling it back is Zoe Willington. UBC coach Jennifer McKellar describes her as a vocal catcher with extra base power. Certainly someone the T-Birds are happy to have on as a freshman recruit. She takes ball 1 high. Today she's playing first base instead of behind the plate. 1-1 from Perez. The delivery. And fouled to the right side again. One ball, 2 strikes. With her teammate Ainge on first. UBC down by 1. Ball slipped out of Perez's fingers and went well outside. Even count. That pitch grounded to second. They go for the double play, and I don't believe they got either one. Meade scooped it up through to second base, but both runners are safe. A single for Willington, and Jillian Matsubara will enter after a short meeting for Love and Perez. And also Jim Patrick, Bushnell coach, talking to the umps. Jillian Matsubara from Manitoba, from Winnipeg. Has a combination of speed and power. Hasn't gotten a hit yet so far in her freshman season. Lays down a bunt, but it goes foul. As the infield is really playing inwards right now, trying to defend the bunt. Perez to Matsubara. Another foul bunt. No balls, 2 strikes now. Willington's on first. Ainge is on second. No outs for Perez. She fires well outside. 1-2. Also the score of this game. Bushnell up 2-1. Perez's 1-2 is chopped and grounded to Mead, and Mead makes the play. Matsubara is out at first, but the runners advance with 1 out. There will be a pinch hitter here. Marin Jorgensen, who got the start in the last game, will step in as a pinch hitter right now for Brielle Donahue. Jorgensen went 0 for 2 in Game 3 of the series. That one catches the outside lower corner for strike 1. Perez is really hanging in there today, in danger of giving up another run. But she has displayed some strikeout stuff. So far, a pretty solid outing from the freshman. Now 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Perez throws a strike. Can she get out of this jam? The 1-2. Good frame from the catcher and a great pitch from Perez. That is a strikeout looking. 2 outs now for Perez and the Bushnell defense. I don't even think Jorgensen could do something with that pitch, even if she wanted to. And now Claire Van Spal stands in, takes ball 1 with 2 outs. The 1-0 from Perez, outside. Van Spal, a speed threat, tripled earlier today. Just has to get contact here. She lines it to center, and Rondo is there. She tracks that ball in the air and ends the frame. Would have been bad if she didn't catch it, but that keeps the score where it is. 2-1. Bushnell maintains a lead heading into the bottom of the 4th, where they have a chance to extend it. We'll be back after a short break on the Bushnell live stream. Welcome back here to Rich Schwab Field. We have a pitching change for the Thunderbirds. Shea Seaver steps in again after she saw some relief action in the early game. She's going to face Marina Castaneda. Castaneda so far is 0 for 1. That pitch from Seaver is low for ball 1. Castaneda in her freshman season, and she's been a nearly everyday starter for this team. She's been really consistent. Came into today just hitting .240. Did get an RBI single last game. 2-0. Slapped by Castaneda onto short, and she's out at first. Easy defensive play.
Batting number 34, Maddie Fullenwider.
For Burrill, and Maddie Fullenwider will now step in. Takes strike 1. Seaver to Fullenwider. That pitch down the middle, but too low. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Nobody aboard for the Beacons. Seaver's pitch. Inside, and it hits Fullenwider on the leg. That one probably hurt a little bit, but Fullenwider is jogging it off, and she will take a base. And Shyla Mead will step in. The first hit batter we've seen today from either team. Seaver's pitch is low to Mead. A little bit out of control early. Settling in. Seaver. Mead squared to bunt. I'm not sure she pulled back in time enough. It would have been a ball, but it's going to be a strike. One and one. Pitch from Seaver. Mead tried to lay down another bunt, but fouled it up in the air. Fullenwider on first. Mead is still looking for her first hit of the season and her first as a Beacon. She pulled back on that check swing. A steal attempt from Fullenwider is unsuccessful. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe Bushnell has made a successful steal this season yet.
Definitely not in the doubleheader today. Both attempts have been unsuccessful.
They've really kind of stopped trying to steal. It's not been really part of their game plan, but Fullenwider did there. That's the second out of the inning. Mead's still at bat, and now she strikes out. Another 0 on the board, and it still stays 2-1 after 4 innings. Neither team scores. Heading into the 5th, we'll be back in a moment. Back at Rich Schwab, 2-1 ball game. Bushnell in the lead, trying to get their first win against UBC, and we have a new pitcher in the circle for the Beacons. It's Emma Fournier, a veteran senior for the Beacons. Transferred in from SWAC, but now with her second year at Bushnell. Only 2 appearances so far this year, 1 start. Season hasn't gone great for her. 13.12 ERA. We'll see if she can lower that today. Her first pitch is well outside and low. And she faces Caitlin Ang, maybe the most dangerous hitter in this Thunderbirds lineup. Fournier's 1-0. Low and away for ball 2.
Well, Fournier has yet to walk a batter on the season. She does just have 1 strikeout across 2 2/3 innings pitched. So hoping to keep that no walk streak going, but ideally for Fournier, also getting some strikeouts and some innings eaten up.
That ball slapped foul by Caitlin Ang. Another foul ball from Ang. She did reach base earlier on a walk and then came around to score. Oh for 1 though in her at-bats. 2 balls, 2 strikes, with no one aboard. Ang leading off this inning. Fournier stands and delivers in the zone, and it's fouled back. Count stays where it was. Fournier will do it again. Rocks, fires, Ang slaps it to short, and like a lightning bolt, she's already there at first before the throw from Martin. She's so fast.
Caitlin Ang once again beating out another grounder. Feels like we've seen her do it 1,000 times today. Every AB, Caitlin Ang is giving the fielder a run for their money.
Her second time reaching base, now 1 for 2. Madison McGillivray follows her. Slaps the first pitch back to Fournier, and Fournier makes a throw to first to retire her.
Well, it's exactly what we saw the first time Caitlin Ang got on. Was able to get over on that bunt from McGillivray. And like we've discussed, it's definitely the game plan to get Ang around and across home plate.
It does advance Ang to second. Fournier now delivers to Caitlin Kim. It's a strike 1 on the outside edge. Fournier's 0-1. Just outside. Count now even at 1. Kim is 1 for 2. No RBIs yet. Upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike from Fournier. Kim went 1 for 3 in game 3. The lefty batter but righty thrower. She skies this to shallow left field, and ranging from short is Ashlyn Martin. Gets under the ball and makes the catch. 2 outs. And now Matea Burrell will try to drive home Caitlin Ang. Fournier let it slip out of her fingers, and it's outside. Less than 3 innings of action so far for Fournier, and a scoreless inning here would do wonders for her ERA. 2 balls, no strikes, though, to Burrell. Now, Burrell shoots one to second, and Shyla Mead with another fantastic play. She makes the catch and ends the inning. Wow. Defensive wizardry from Shyla Mead, and the score stays at 2-1. Caitlin Eng is stranded. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th, where Bushnell will be playing with a 2-1 lead. Bottom of the 5th inning. Got Rich Schwab, Bushnell up 2-1. Looking for their first win of the series against the T-Birds. They trail 3-0 in this series right now. Swinging strike 1 for Brooklyn Rondo to start this bottom of the 5th. Shea Seaver in the circle. Rondo will pound this one out of play in left field foul territory. She's down 0-2 early. Brenna Wilson on deck. After that, it'll be Ashlyn Martin. 0-2 from Seaver is low and away for ball 1. Rondo got her first hit of her career earlier in this day. Now she strikes out. First out of the inning for Seaver and the Thunderbirds. Brenna Wilson now. Went 0 for 2 in game 3 of the series. 1 for 1 today. One 0. Seaver delivers. Swing and a miss. Counts tied at 1. That pitch was high, and Wilson went fishing for it. 1-1. In there for strike 2. Down the middle. Wilson fouls that one back. Count stays at 1-2. Seaver pitches, And Wilson will drop one into center field. Right fielder recovering for it. And Wilson will take third base. It's a triple for her as the center fielder Eng dove for it, couldn't make the catch.
Now batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
And that's going to allow the ball to dribble slowly into the outfield and bought her some extra time.
Yeah, Brenna Wilson showing off the speed right there. Eng misses it in center field, just whipping around the bases super fast, all the way to third base for a triple.
That's huge with only one out in this inning. Ashlyn Martin at the plate. Swings and misses at the 0-1 pitch. Wanting to make something happen right now and drive home the runner from third. Wilson. Martin hasn't gotten a hit in this series. Takes ball one. Count 1-2. One out in the bottom of the fifth against Shea Seaver. And the play is made by the second baseman. Kim caught the shallow pop-up and then threw the double play over at third base. Another great defensive play, this time from the Thunderbirds though, and the score stays at 2-1. We'll be back for the start of the 6th inning in just a moment. Welcome back to Bushnell softball here at Rich Schwab Field. Kennedy Laird will now step in and pinch hit against Emma Fournier to start this 6th inning. Takes ball one. It's another inning here for Emma Fournier after she got out of the last one scoreless. That one drops in for strike one. One. A delivery inside at the knees. Doesn't get the call. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fouled high in the air for strike 2. Kennedy Laird went 0 for 3 in both games she's played in. In this series. She now pops this one in foul territory and it goes over the wall. Stays alive. Came into today batting .231. It's a little bit lower now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch from Fournier. Hit hard. Into left center. And Wilson can't make the play. She will make it to second base easily.
Out of number 27, Zoe Wellington.
Went right over Wilson's head for a double. Deep into the gap. Zoe Wellington now up to bat.
And another one, deep ball out to left center field right as the wind started to pick up. If you wonder if the wind's going the other way, that one might get out of here.
It's going to the right side. A bunt attempt from Wellington advances the base runner on a sacrifice play. So now, Ainge takes third, or Laird, excuse me, takes third.
Pitch hitting number 10, Casey Lowe.
Casey Lowe now. Subbing in for Jillian Matsubara. Went 0 for 2 in the first game of the day. She will face Fournier with 1 out and a runner on third. That one just outside the zone on the outside edge. 1-0. Fournier fires it just low and inside. Count now 2-0. Laird on third base. The pitch to Lowe is inside again. No, it catches the inside of the zone. The 2-1 pitch. Strike 2. Lowe watches it go past her. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A run here would tie this game for the Thunderbirds. Upstairs. Now the count is all filled up. It's Fournier versus Lowe. Three and 2. Payoff pitch fouled away. Well out of play. Lowe will stay alive. Fournier stands in, winds, and throws ball 4. Runners now at the corners
Number 19,
for
Brielle
Brielle Donahue. Donahue was pinch hit for earlier. 0 for 1 on the day. And she returns. The lefty batter. A steal attempt, and Love is not going to bother throwing to second base. Casey Lowe goes to second. A wise decision as Lowe got a really good jump. One ball, no strikes, with 2 runners in scoring possession for Donahue. Fournier fires outside and low. Donahue, another lefty batter, but righty thrower. 2-0 from Fournier. Swing and a miss. That one broke away from Donahue and just went away from her bat. Excellent pitch. 2-1 from Fournier, taken for a ball. Fournier looking to avoid loading the bases with one out here with her team up 1. The delivery. Slapped through the middle of the infield. It gets into the outfield, and a runner scores. That's all that will happen, but the lead for Bushnell is gone. 2 runs apiece as Love wants to talk things over with her pitcher.
Yeah, not surprising here. You just want to see Love is probably just going to tell Fournier, just calm down, breathe a little bit. There's still 2 runners on, still 2 outs to go. This inning is not over. Just hold them to the 1 run. Be confident in your stuff and just deliver.
The runner who scored was Kennedy Laird from third. Casey Lowe now looking to score from third. Claire Van Spal is at the plate. Showed bunt, but pulled back. It's actually going to be strike 1. And Jim Patrick's going to come out to talk things over with Fournier. We'll see if she stays out there as the entire infield has a meeting. Fournier has lost the lead for Bushnell. Hasn't quite given up the tie, and she will remain to try to finish off this inning. Van Spal awaits the 0-1 pitch from Fournier. Fouled straight backwards. High pressure situation now for Fournier. She's up in the count, 0-2. Strikeout would be huge here. She fires, swung at, popped up high in the air, and Ashlyn Martin is under it. Well, that works just about as well as a strikeout. Didn't go past the infield, and the runners hold.
Exactly what Fournier needed. That will build some confidence.
2 outs. Runners on second and third for Caitlin Ang. That pitch called strike 1. Good start to the at-bat for Fournier. Slapped at by Fournier. She is going to make it to first again and score a runner low. Just once she gets contact on that ball, it's over for the defense. Infield single for Ang again. And now UBC is back in the lead.
Number 16, Madison McGillivray.
Madison McGillivray will try to extend it. She's got runners at the corners. Ang on first. And on third is Donahue. Fouled off that pitch. It's 0-1. Two runs relinquished by Fournier. The 0-1 outside and low for ball 1, excuse me. Got to be careful in a situation like this. You don't want to throw too many hittable strikes. Next pitch grounded to short and just slow enough for McGillivray to make it to first and score another. It's 4-2.
Well, this is turning into a long inning for Fournier really quickly. And just need to get one more out, be confident, act like there's nobody on base. You just need to strike out this one hitter.
Second and third base is now cleared out. Well, Ang is on second. 3 runs given up by Fournier in this inning. She got out of the last one scoreless. Four-2 ball game. Fournier deals over the plate for strike one. Was taken by Caitlin Kim, who's now at the plate. McGillivray on first, Ang on second. The pitch. Grounded to first, and Maddie Fullenwider scoops it up, takes a couple steps over, and retires the final out. The damage stays at 3 runs in this inning, and the score now 4-2 after 6.5 innings. We will go to the bottom of the 6th, where Bushnell, who now faces a 2-run deficit, will try to cut into it. Bottom of the sixth, coming your way at Rich Schwab Field. It's the Bushnell Beacons trailing by 2. They had the lead for a good chunk of this game, a couple innings, but they have just given it up with a 3-run 6th inning. Now they will look to answer. Violet Richardson leading off.
Yeah, well, we've said her name a lot. Still the best hitter on this team. Produced today, gotten that run RBI in the first inning, excuse me, and hoping to mount this comeback for the Beacons right here.
Her team down by 2. First pitch is away from the catcher. Ball 1. We have said her name a lot today, but it honestly feels like an eternity since she's been up to bat. Here she is again, taking ball 2 inside.
Yeah, well, the Thunderbirds really stretched out that top of the 6th. The 3 runs, but also just working counts, making Fournier work for it, and that was a long inning for this Bushnell Beacons batter to be out in the field.
She's ahead 3-0. Taking a walk here would be gigantic. Shay Seaver still in the circle. Fires over the plate. 3-1, the count. Swing and a miss. Full count. Richardson is 1 for 1 with a walk and an RBI. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. She strikes out. That's huge. She was up 3-0 in the count and then took 3 strikes. Looked good until it wasn't. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Sarah Martin follows. Strike one. Now awaits the second pitch. She hits it just barely ahead of her and not able to make it to first.
Tough break right there. Catches the wrong part of the bat, and then the ball just dies right in front of home plate, but in fair territory.
2 outs. And now Montana Love. It's actually Riley Peeler off the bench, pinch hitting. Peeler led off the first game of the series. But hasn't seen the field in this game until now. The 0-1 pitch taken.
Peeler, a great hitter. The Beacons right now trying to get something going. Pinch hitting, one of their best lefties in their lineup.
1 ball, 1 strike from Shea Seaver. Peeler sends that one past Caitlin Ang. It drops into center field. She is going to go but hold up at second base. Big time double from the pinch hitting Peeler.
Ang out in center field, almost had it, just about an inch away. It bounces off the end of her glove, rolls to the wall, and that'll be a double for Peeler.
I believe it's going to be Marina Castaneda coming up. 2 outs with a runner at second. Riley Peeler. It's go time. Beacons down by 2. They got to keep applying pressure on offense. Swings at a pitch that was pretty far inside to start this at bat. Castaneda 0 for 2 today. Another miss. 0-2 with 2 outs. 2-run deficit. Seaver throws it upstairs. Seaver relieved Wiley Woodward and has taken it the rest of the way. Castaneda watches that one go, and it's just outside, evening the count at 2 apiece. Seaver pitch, and Castaneda, did she go around? She didn't. She's going to stay in here. Close call. Keeps hope alive for the Beacons offense. They've got to score in this inning to answer the 3 from the T-Birds. Swing and a miss. And a strikeout for Castaneda. Seaver ends the inning 3-0 in favor of the T-Birds. And that's it for inning number 6. Emma Fournier returns to the circle for the 7th inning. We'll be back in a moment for the conclusion. Welcome back to Bushnell Beacon softball at Rich Schwab Field. The home opener series for the Beacons hasn't gone so well. They lost the first 3. They now trail by 2 in a pretty tight one against the UBC Thunderbirds in the final game of the series. Emma Fournier returns for her 3rd inning of action today. She's pitched 2, allowed 3 runs, and she will face Matea Baril. Baril swings at the first pitch and it bloops between the left fielder, or for the right fielder, center fielder, and shortstop for a single.
How about in 1, Kennedy Laird.
Good piece of hitting right there. Not too worried about the power. Just putting bat on ball, smokes it over, and gets the nice little bloop over the shortstop's head.
Fournier will now pitch to Kennedy Laird. She fouls back, strike 1. A 3-0 sixth inning for the T-Birds. Gave them the lead. Laird takes that one for a ride out of this park in foul territory. Count is 0-2 with Burrell on first. Fournier rocks, delivers. It's fouled again. Count stays at 0-2. Fournier again. Swung at and grounded past the shortstop Martin. Another single. The T-Birds have gotten a lot of those today. Now runners on first and second. Zoe Willington will step in. UBC up by 2. Willington squares to bunt. Richardson comes in for it and throws to Meade to retire the first out. It does advance the runners, though, to second and third.
1, Kiana Nordquist.
T-Birds have been doing that all day. They've been content to sack bunt for that first half. For that first out, I mean. And it's been effective, especially because they've been getting leadoff players on board almost every single inning, whether they score or not. Fournier will now pitch to Kiona Nordquist, who comes in off the bench. Got the start earlier today. Takes strike 1. A 1 from Fournier inside, near the elbows of Fournier. Of Nordquist, I mean. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nordquist pops it up to second. Meade almost made the catch, but then she ran into her teammate. Now a rundown at third base. Richardson got her out. Chaotic play.
Well, the Beacons there, lucky to salvage an out of that one. And with the second baseman and right fielder running into each other, we'll see if we end up seeing a substitution here. They collided pretty hard. Hope everybody's okay out there.
Yeah, Meade had to go airborne a little bit to make the catch. And when she did, the right fielder Castaneda bumped into her. Well, the runner on third runner was safe at third. That was a close play. We move on here. Fournier pitches with 2 runners in scoring position. Brielle Donahue at the plate. To Donahue. She grounds it to short, and it's caught. It was a line out, actually. And that's the second out of the inning. It was Richardson at third who made it. 5-2. That ball skied by Van Spal into center field, and the inning is over thanks to the catch made from Brooklyn Rondo. Another run given up on a pretty chaotic play. 5-2, the Thunderbirds lead, and only 1 inning remains for Bushnell to come back. We'll be back in a moment after this short break. Here we go in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's now or never for Bushnell. They trail by 3 to the UBC Thunderbirds, who are on the verge of sweeping this series. Chase Seaver remains in the circle and will face Maddie Fullenwider, the first baseman. Got her first hit of the season earlier in this game. Now down 0-2 early. The junior grew up in Medford, Oregon. 0-2 is outside. Seaver has pitched 3 innings and allowed nothing. The 1-2 to Fullenwider. She pops that one to short. Making the play is Burrell. Out number 1.
Now batting number 5, Shyla Meade.
That turns it over to Shyla Meade. Had a collision at second base trying to field a fly out. End up dropping it once she got hit by Castaneda. Swings and misses at the first pitch here. And that play led to a run scoring for the T-Birds, making it 5-2 last inning. A strike looking. Seaver put it over the plate. Now 0-2. Final 2 outs for the Beacons. Meade watches that one go well outside. Count is even. Or 1-2. Seaver delivers. It's fouled back. Count stays at 1-2. Meade still looking for her first career hit as a Beacon. And she strikes out. Final out for the Beacons comes down to Brooklyn Rondo. She tries to keep this game alive. Started both games in center field today. 1 for 3 on the day, 2 strikeouts. Takes ball 1. Now awaits the pitch from Seaver. Swings at it and fouls it back. Seaver's 1-1. Low, and Rondo swings and misses. 1 ball and the final strike for Bushnell. Seaver to Rondo. Rondo pops it up into foul territory. Falls behind these bleachers here on the right field side. Rondo stays alive. Seaver outside. She can end it by retiring this final batter. On deck after Rondo is Brenna Wilson, who has 2 hits on the day, 2 for 2. Deuces wild. Seaver to Rondo. Sits her down, and that's the game. Final score, Thunderbirds 5, Bushnell 2. And it's a series sweep for the Thunderbirds.
Yeah, Beacon's offense got going a little bit in this one, but not nearly as much as they needed to out-battle this really elite Thunderbirds offense that had been showing them up in every game, scored plenty of runs, and 5-2 final score really feels like it was closer than it looks, but Bushnell gets swept by this one.
Thunderbirds move to 7-2. What a start to the season it's been for them. They are a program on the rise, and they certainly looked a little bit intimidating, having scored 36 runs and allowed only 5 over their last 3 games before this. Bushnell didn't quite allow them to score that many runs, but the offense remains anemic, not able to get any sort of sustained rhythm, and they have not put up more than 2 runs. They had not put up more than 2 runs in any game in this series. Final score from Game 4 is 5-2, and Bushnell drops both games today and both games yesterday. Looking ahead to what's next for each team, Bushnell will travel to Caldwell, Idaho to take on the College of Idaho Yotes starting next Friday to continue their CCC slate, whereas UBC will come back down to Portland for a series with the Warner Pacific Knights. So CCC play getting started here with a series sweep at the hands of the UBC Thunderbirds. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer along with Devlin Christensen. We want to thank everyone who has made this broadcast possible. Of course, to the wonderful sports communications staff here at Bushnell, Nick Askew, Kelsey Seagren. Thank you to everyone here at Bushnell for keeping a great relationship with us at KWVA Sports. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer along with Devlin Christensen. Thank you for watching. We will be right back here when the Bushnell Beacons take Rich Schwab Field again. So long from Springfield.